All right, everybody. Yeah, a little late, but better late than never, I guess. This is Barry Anderson from Trade Ideas, your moderator of both trading rooms. I've opened both. Uh, Thank you, Macalise. And so, got to make sure you guys can hear me in the main room too. Okay, excellent. Okay, guys. So I'm a little behind the eight ball right now. I did see that Nam doing his thing again? Yes. So NAM is just underneath. Yeah, just underneath that 567. So, which was the high on Friday. So it has not died yet. Just looking at the market also. The SPY is up. Yeah, NAM continues to move here. NAMM. Yeah, Bjorn, you won't have to worry about that now. I don't think. Yeah, I think what happened with the M10. I'm just looking at your comment. The M10. It's not. It didn't take account. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. HYMC. They didn't take into account. Our provider did not take into account, obviously, a reverse split, but it should be okay now. You won't be seeing it. You won't be seeing it now, more than likely. You do see it. This is well, it depends. See, I don't have this up and running when the after 9:30, so I don't see that stock. Yeah, do you know how to create a? Yeah, can you give me a moment? Can you do you know how to create a symbol list? I think you do, right? How to create a symbol list, a watch list. Yeah, so it's basically you create one, call it stocks I never want to see or something, or stocks I don't want to see. You put it in there. You add MTEN in there, and then with your however you're monitoring and you're seeing that, however, well, I don't have it now. You just you take the symbol list and you say discard, or what does it say? I'm sorry, guys, I'm just a little behind here. Symbol list. Exclude, right, that's the word I was looking for. Exclude the following lists, okay? You would check it. So you create a symbol list, you put that symbol in, and then you say exclude the following list and you attach it to the window. Then you won't see it. Okay, now let me, and USAR, yeah, I saw some news on USAR also. 16%, okay. SPY is ripping, well, ripping, moving higher. So just give me a moment as I just kind of see what's happening here. And this move, boy, move had a great move on Friday, except look what happened. It got up to 2384, but it closed way down here at 1689. So it is above, of course, now above the close of Friday. Excuse me, above the close on Friday. Maybe a stretch to see if it can take out the high of the day later on, but it is on the move and it is halted, right? It's halted. That's why it's not moving right now. That's interesting. Yeah, so in other words, get the maximum to 1,000% or 10,000% or something, the max. So you won't see something like that. Yeah, I guess you could do that too. Then you don't have to go through the creation of a symbol list. Okay, so BNI, BNAI, BNAI. I mean, it's up 120%, but it is starting to fall a lot. So with HYMC up the way it is, I mean, it's just what a move. Obi, I know you're probably around, right? It's what an amazing, amazing move for this one. Let's take a look at silver. I want to see what silver is doing this morning. SLV. And yeah, I mean, that is a massive move. 100 now. That's a massive move. 8%, 8.5% for the silver ETF. So this is direct. I mean, how many silver plays are we going to see here? We see one, of course, TSLA. All right, BRBR, Bell Ring Brands. This is on the move down. Well, I don't know if NAM is a shortable for me. I don't think it's ever been shortable for me. Yeah, it's not shortable for me. So maybe Brian, if you have I mean, you have a broker who allows shorts for NAM, maybe. But it has not. I thought that on Friday. I mean, look what happened. It got up to what 568, and it closed all the way down here at 3. You would have thought maybe that's going to be it. But it still has resiliency. And but I don't have shorts available for that at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know who your broker is if you have shorts available. But I mean, it's still there's still people who want this stock right now. I thought Friday that would have been it, but so I can't say no. E Trade has them. Okay. IB really? Really? When did you get them? Because this is the message I've been getting ever since it was alive a few days ago. Well, they must have come on then, but I've never seen shorts available from them. All right, APLD. Somebody, sorry, APLD. Oh, there's the move. Wow, is that? Are you kidding me? Is it above the? No, I thought it was above the high of Friday, but I guess I must have had a. I know what I did. I was wondering if this could be a late dayer on Friday, which it didn't turn out to be. But when the stock was sitting around 18, I put a price alert at 20 to see maybe if it took out 20 later, and it did not. But it took it out right now. Wow. Okay, I'm looking at some of our AI alerts right now. I'm not seeing anything that is of interest to me. There are certainly no re-entries yet. Ooh, is that a $3 drop? The $3 drop for HYMC. Ooh, TMC is just drifting down. Boy, there are a lot of shares available too. Too bad I didn't see that. Well, how did I see it? I wasn't up. But TMC is drifting down. What time was that? That was right at 9:30. There's no clue that was going to happen. You know, it was flatlining across, and then market opens and just been drifting down now. TMC now, will that hold? That's the Thursday low. We're on 825. That's the Thursday low. If it takes that out, 723 is the next low looking left. Interesting. Some of these metal plays are, well, precious metals and other types of metals are starting to sink like this. Or put in a pattern like this. I mean, they're not sinking, but yeah. So UAMY looks just like the TMC. SLGB on the move here, guys. SLGB on the move. All right, so on that SLGB, the next high looking left, that looks like Wednesday's high at 389, 389. So it's got got about $1 to that high. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is the high. And this is not available for short sale. That's SLGB at Interactive Brokers. They won't even try to find it. Well, guys, the move is still moving. It is still hanging over 20 MOVE. Very low float. Did it really? JXAI had a pop in the pre-market. Okay, I believe you. Wait, is this another? Yeah, another sort of mineral metal, whatever. They're all patterns looking like this right now. Patterns looking like this. Yeah, this is short. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Um, hmm, but the next low looking left is 638, so it just still have some room. Why a little late there, Dwayne. The voice is a little ragged and okay. I'm going to take the volume. I'm looking at some of the earnings plays. Some of the earnings plays, and these are some volume. This is DX. DX is it's basically flat. DX is an earnings play. DX. They are Arrive. Have I ever seen? I don't think I've ever seen this one before. Arrive AI, ARAI, through the VWAP. Arrive AI announces plans for Arrive at Play. Arrive AI Play. All right, playbook. Okay, there it is here. Boy, move is just. I mean, who knows? I mean, this might take out the high of Friday. If it does that, I don't think there's any. can't remember what the news was on this one. Was this the phase one? Surges on merger. This was on Friday. Oh, that's right. This is the NVIDIA. This is the one with their partner with an NVIDIA agreement. Okay. Yeah, look at this, guys. I mean, this is sort of a bit of a pattern right now. Sort of mining plays are getting are looking like this. Metals mining kind of looking like this. This is Met C, and this is after 3 great days, and then a lot of them are going to have bars that look like this. Okay, GLSI. I remember seeing this one last week. It got up to 29.72, so there is a little bit of room for this one. This is but it's falling also. This has nothing to do with metals or mining. Market is still market's putting a little bit of a downtick in right now. See, the Dow is up, Qs are up, SPY's up. Yeah, this is not shortable for me. The move is not shortable for me. It's probably an excellent thing. Yeah, so I mean, if you had shorts available, for SLGB, which I did not, and you have our AI, obviously a very good one. It, nails the top here. I don't know who had shorts available for. I mean, if you have Centerpoint, you probably had shorts available, but this is the one that sometimes you get the message that we'll try to find shorts, but in this particular case, absolutely not available for short sale. But right now, our AI, man, it caught the top on the short. Okay, Sky T is weak. Sky T is weak. SKYT is weak, and it's halted on the way down. Yeah. So boy, if you've got short, if you're in this, hmm, well, yeah, I don't know, guys. I mean, hopefully, if you were in this short, if somehow you had shorts available, your broker had shorts available for this SLGB, doesn't look good right now. Okay, hopefully you got out before the halt. This is trying to tell you. Well, okay, maybe that was a brief blip because it said. I'm getting ahead of myself. This blue screen you see here, this is the halt. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is the halt price for SLGB. And when this column is trying to show you where it could open, and at one point it said 270. So of course, if you're short this, you don't want to see a number greater than 217. Certainly not 270. So remains to be seen what. So I don't know how many people are actually short this in the room, but pay attention as to where it's going to open. And NAMM is wow. Look at that. So you wanted to know about shorting? Well, 567. That is the high of Friday. What was the? Anybody remember the news in this one, which was on Wednesday? I don't really remember the news. If they even had any. All right, guys, it's 10:14, so I got a little bit behind schedule today, but okay, guys, let me go to my homepage. Or sorry, just give me a moment. I keep copying two links. By the way, guys, I have no idea what the trade of the week is. I know I could check an email and all, but I just haven't had a chance to. So, okay, clicking on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So here's a promo code you can use. You can get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. Doesn't matter if you take a premium plan or a standard plan, okay? So it's 15% off the first month only if you take out a monthly subscription. And all I ask is that if you do take out a subscription, please use my code, whatever the code is. It helps to keep the rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and then what I call the main room. So if you're in YouTube right now, this is the trading room. This is the other room. It is free also. It's just a lot more robust, more interaction amongst traders. So if that's what you're looking for, you can come into the main room, into the trading room. And there's no delay. YouTube imposes about a 7 or 8 second delay. There's no delay in this room. Also, this room is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, I don't do it. Obi, thank you so much for doing it every morning. So if you're interested in interaction amongst other traders in the pre-market, come into this room. It's open at 6:45. Why don't I? Well, I live in Vancouver, Canada, so 3:45, that would be my time, a little too early. I get on the mic again. Today was a bit of a strange day, but I get on the mic at 9 o'clock for both rooms. And normally I leave sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. This room, trading room, is usually open after that. William in the room will keep it open. I don't know what his plans are today, maybe 3:45, maybe 4-ish, depending on earnings plays, but he'll let us know. Okay, so this room on a big day is open at 6:45 a.m. and goes to about 4 o'clock, okay, on a big day. Oh, thank you, William. TMQ, okay. Let me just write that down. And if you keep scrolling, speaking of the trade of the week, you can sign up for it right here. That's what we're talking about. TMQ is the trade of the week. Suggestion of an entry over 633. Okay. And I guess it's hit the target, or I'm sorry, it's hit the suggested entry price. So you can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It might be there. And again, how you trade it, if you trade it, is completely up to you. They are designed for longer term holds, but again, how and if you trade it, up to you. Now, if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, go to the education section and getting started with Trade Ideas. Very first thing you must do. Boy, look at METC and some of these. I mean, these metals and mining plays are just giving up all their gains in from the pre-market. So the getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. You will not be an expert after you do these, but it covers all the important points of Trade Ideas. Now, if you don't have trade ideas and you're wondering about the program, start off with that second video, go to the end. It should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us. You can always try us on a month-to-month basis. At any time, you can just tell us, or you can unsubscribe. Okay, so even 1 month, if you don't like it, just tell us within the month, and we'll unsubscribe you. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos for you. There are 15 of them. And last, if you're looking for some of the information that I am sharing, you've clicked on my homepage link down to the custom scan section, and this is the information that I'm currently sharing. This race I don't have on my homepage. If you want it, it's underneath here. Here's the biggest gainers from the start of the race. This is another race that I created on Friday, I guess, and kind of interesting. I'll go over this a little bit. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. But if you want this, I can give it to you. This is another race that I have. It's a more volatile race. You'll see stocks. Actually, this is, well, this is the direct comparison. This race here is the large cap gainers. Notice the percentage gain, okay, 0.41%. Typically, you do not see very many that are even going to be over 1%. This one, I guess you can get some decent more moves. This one, though, the biggest gainers from the start of the race is a way more volatile race. You can see some stocks that are up, 10, 20% within the race. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down. Here's the halts resumes, very active already. And these three scans I do have here, you can take a look at them. I don't have them up and running, but you can take a look at them. So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions about the program, or even some general maybe market questions, I'll do my best to answer. If you have an accounting type question, I cannot answer, but I can direct you to people who can. Okay? Oh, I see. So that is that's the email that Steve sent out. So interesting. Well, I'm thinking of TMC. So it's a metals play, but you can see like a lot of the metals play, it did this. So it moves above Friday's high, which of course it did, 633. So it did trigger. Okay. Now I don't know. Now, yeah, the issue now, look, you can trade these. You can trade these any way you want. Technically, it is triggered during mark like the 9:30 after 9:30. Okay, if it triggers, so the market hours 9:30 to 4. So this actually triggered in the pre-market. Doesn't mean you can't take it, but it's technically so the problem is, of course, is that here's 9:30, and it's already up at 7:14. So it's now it is and now it is coming back down. So I it's hard to I mean, again, you could have taken it in the pre-market, but technically that is not when it triggers. And 575 is a stop, so it actually hit the stop. So it's kind of a weird one. I would never have taken it. It just popped too much already. When you have a suggested entry a little bit above Friday's high and it's already like $1 above that, I probably would not have taken it. I would have waited for a pullback of some sort. But anyway, it's up to you guys. All right. Really, no earnings after hours that you're here to keep an eye on. Okay. So William says he's going to keep the room open till 3:45. Okay. So whenever I leave, he will keep the room open till 3:45. And again, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, unless there are questions. I'll always hang around for questions. I mean, look at these, all these even rare earth metal, all these metal plays are just had the big pops in the pre-market. I mean, it's still up 14%, but basically a sell-off. Okay, so I do see that SLGB. So didn't nobody should have got hurt on that one. If you had the ability to short it, you should not have got hurt on it because it did open. Maybe a little bit of a pop up, but right back down. Or look at move. It has been. I mean, last time I looked, it was 21 something. Now it's underneath 20. Boy, got up to 22. There's a 10% drop. I mean, even more. So the wild these things can be. Look at the float, 680,000 in the float. That's what can happen with those very low float situations. Well, you know what I'm going to do is I am now going to go to our sector status, and it's going to be interesting to see where silver is and all. So I'm going to click on, so first I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, and then I'm going to click on dock channel bar, and I'm going to click on the show more. We even have a metals and mining channel. These are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on, where are you? Sector status, okay, sector status. And again, this is something that some of you, this may be all you're going to do using trade ideas. Hmm. So even though silver, I wonder if silver is still, no, well, silver did not have any sort of a pullback. So it's interesting. Silver did not have a pullback at all. So what you're seeing here, look at silver and gold, but look at silver, 9.99%, guys, 9% move in SLV. The ET, well, I don't, there are several, but I guess this is what most people use. I know Steve likes the PSLV, but anyway, so these are the sectors that we've got in here. Obviously, there are more sectors out there, but these are the ones we have in this list. And so 83% of the sectors that are in this list are up. That's what that 83% in green means. That doesn't mean they're all ripping higher. Not like silver, but as long as they're like up 0.001% from Friday's close, they'll be in this green. Now, let's take a look. But if the interesting thing to me anyway, go all the way down. What's the worst sector? See, it's not terrible. I mean, SMH, it's only down 0.5%. Okay, I mean, but it is negative for the day. These are the nukes, NLR, home builders, energy. I mean, there's nothing dramatically down in the sector. Okay, in the sector of these sectors that we're monitoring here, but certainly silver. Well, if you can see kind of what I'm doing, Dane, I mean, you can build your own symbol list, of course. You can build symbol lists, for specific sectors within a broader set, but you have to know what the symbols are. You know what I would do though? You can use Gemini or if you chat GPT or whatever and say, listen, tell me the stocks that are in this. Tell me the stocks that are in this specific sector, and and then depending how big they are, or how long the list is, but you can create a symbol list just like that. Now we do have other sectors I can show you in our symbol list. I don't know how many sectors we've got, but let me keep going here because I think this is sort of the interesting part for me. So here's financials. 90% are up. Okay, 90% of the stocks that are in XLF are up. The top one is TRV, but look at this. There are some that are down. Maybe go down here and just see. Like here's CMA. It's off 1%. So it is not following the sector. It's the weakest stock within the sector. And so you might want to click on it and see if there's any sort of reason for it. Maybe it's an earnings play. Same sort of thing with energy. I mean, 75% of the stocks that make up the energy sector are down. But look at this, BKR. I wonder if this is this an earnings play? January 28th has earnings coming up, I guess. But anyway, BKR, that's a big move, 3.7%. But again, go down to the bottom here. What's the worst one? APA down 2.8%. So this is what you can do. You can kind of dive into the sectors. First of all, see what the strongest sector is. And then now we don't have but you can create your own. You can find out what stocks make up SLV and create your own top list. We just don't have it. But it's a good exercise to understand how to do this within trade ideas. Technology, 82% are up. Let's go. Which is interesting. Look at a net. Where if this is an earnings play. Nope, not an earnings play, but look at ANET. I mean, this is the biggest mover in technology. What's the worst one? Look at AMD. Wow, AMD down 3.4%. So you can see how some of you may only want to do this. So you see what I'm doing, Dane. I mean, these are what we do have, but you could create your own sector, your own top list, and attach that symbol list to the top list, and then monitor it just the same way. Because that's all this is doing. This is it. Only the following list: XLF financials. So you can create your own symbol list of the strong sectors, or the weak sectors, or any sector you choose to. So when you talk about the specific sectors within a broader industry, sure, but it'll be up to you to find those symbols. Let me just see out of curiosity. I right-click, configure, and then go to symbol lists, add existing list, and now I'm going to scroll down. So we do have, I thought we had more global ETFs. No. I mean, we do have some more ETFs, but you just have to go down here and see what we do have, okay? You understand what I did there? So let's say you started off in a top list or an alert window, and you want to check to see what sort of symbol lists we actually do have. It's possible we do have some, but if I were you, I would find a way to find the symbols and just create your own symbol list. And you can use Gemini or ChatGPT or whatever your favorite little AI is, or okay, not a, you know what I mean. However you like to use it, or whatever you're comfortable using to find, because you could just say, "Hey Gemini, show me the stocks that are in this sector," and it could be like as you say, a specific sector within a broader industry. Okay, and then you can just create. You know how to create a symbol list, right? And then just do this. I mean, you have your top list window, attach it, and then you can monitor it. Just want to check a little bit more. I rarely do this, so I'm just want to see what sort of. I thought we had more. It's sectors. Sector ETF. Okay, well these are the major ones. Okay, see right here. Now I'm not there. Some of these may not be what you're looking at. This is what I was really trying to find. So you can get crazy. Okay, mining, for instance, mining, quarrying, and oil and gas extraction. You click the little plus sign there, and so we got mining, except oil and gas. I mean, you can dive into Now, I don't know how expensive the list is. That's the issue, though. Okay, I don't know. I don't think this is getting. I'd have to ask the question to somebody at Trade Ideas. I mean, I know I'm contracted by Trade Ideas, so how often are these lists updated? But you see what I'm doing? So here's oil and gas extraction. I could, crude petroleum, natural gas liquid extraction. So you can really get crazy. And so if you like this one, you just left click on it and have it move over here. Okay. You just left click and then it moves over into this list. And then you create your top list, or maybe you've already started from a top list. In fact, what you could do is you could just take one of these top lists, literally, if you like the format. Okay. So you don't have to create if you like the way this is organizing, and you just, and, okay. I clicked on duplicate, and so now it's outside, okay? And then let's say you created that that symbol list, and it's over here. Then you would uncheck that, the XLF for financials, and just check the new symbol list that you created or that had, okay? And then so if you like the way this is organized, I guess that's my point. Okay, guys. So anyway, that's an interesting way for some of you. For some of you, this is maybe all you're going to do. You just take a look at the sectors, or you can create your own symbol list with the of a sector you'd like to follow if we don't have it. What a move down on that. How beautiful is that, guys? Using the wave. If you had found this one, if you thought, okay, I think that these sort of stocks, they look like they're getting weaker and weaker. So maybe you took METC right here underneath the VWAP. Look what it was doing. It was getting into the VWAP a few times. It was trying to get above it, but it could not. So if you thought, okay, you know what, I'm going to take a short, and maybe in the 2656 level, and then you just ride the wave down. Look how that's about as good as that's as great a wave formation as I can find. Remember what the wave does? It allows you, for me anyway, if I had been in this one, I'd be in this one, I would keep in this one until, you know, if you got a bar that maybe pokes into the wave or certainly above the top of the wave, I would probably take some profit, but I would not be out of everything and just keep riding the wave until it turns blue. It starts to curl and maybe you get a little blue action. This is the SPY. Okay. That's how I use the wave. It's not a matter of seeing a buy or a sell flag. It's if I happen to like a trade and I want to get into it, then I just follow the wave down. How about joining you on a MET-C bounce? Well, maybe if it gets over 23, but it's underneath the whole number now. But boy, these so many stocks that look. I mean, look at same thing. I mean, if you had found a way to get into UAMI, you're watching it underneath the VWAP, and you think, and then you kind of look at the rest, what's happening with the rest of these types of stocks, and they're just selling off. And just ride the wave down, ride it down, and so if you don't have the wave on your charts and you want to know how to add it. Just let me know. It's part of the standard service. I think it's a great visual presentation of keeping into it in a trade. No, this is not a. There seems to be a sell-off on like sell-offs like this on a lot of stocks, and this is not a metal or anything. So I don't think so. Well, this is. I'm sorry. This is the ETF. So let me. Yeah, this is the ETF IonQ. I know. I'm sure it's not a. Yeah, it's a quant. Of course, it's a quant. So I don't know. Maybe all the quants are doing this too. I did see that. Let's take a look at. Yeah. So the quants. So it's interesting. We have metals and quants moving down, almost in a very similar way. Now, okay, so this is yeah, so this is again. I mean, this is the trade of the week. But look, look what this at least one is still up for the day, but not quite as. You see how the difference in the wave formation is on this one compared to the other ones. Look how this had a little pop up. Also, if you see the bars, you see how they're sort of penetrating the wave a bit as opposed to the other ones. Okay, so Rick Weiss in our YouTube room asked how to get the wave on your chart. So there could be others out there that are interested in getting the wave formation on your chart. So, Rick, just want to make sure I'm assuming you can hear me because otherwise you wouldn't be asking, but you can see my screen, right? Just want to make sure I'm talking to Rick in our YouTube room, but anybody else who wants to know how, I just want to make sure you can see my screen so you can see what I'm going to do. Yeah, so okay, perfect. So I don't have it. I don't have the wave on my daily chart. So I'm gonna show you. Obviously, they are here. So I'm gonna show you what to do. So go to your chart. Right click on your chart. Okay, right click on your chart. So I'm gonna right click in the daily chart. Right click on it. See where it says Use Browser Interface. So if it's already checked, don't uncheck it. Okay, if it is already checked, don't uncheck it. But I'm going to check it. Notice it because obviously it's not checked. So I'm going to check it. Now, when I do, next step is this. Hopefully, when you check that, you'll see an indicator, the indicator icon. It's right to the left of the anchor. The little anchor there is to the left, and that's the indicator icon. And if you click on that, left click on that, little box pops up, and you see one of the options is trade wave. Okay, trade wave, one of the options. When you click on it, the wave will appear. So let me know if that worked for you. The only other thing is that depending on the version of trade ideas you're in, instead of that little indicator icon, you could see, and for others listening, maybe you have FX up here. Okay, you do have it. Okay, so for those of you who don't have, you won't get that little indicator. That means you're on an earlier version of trade ideas. FX will work also. You just click on FX, and then that works. Now, the other thing is, for some of you, you say, well, wait a minute, I don't see the icons. And that will be because your chart is too small, okay? Because you have to be able to see the icons. So It's just a matter of grabbing one of the left edge or right edge and stretching it so you can see the icons. Once you add it, once you add it, you want to get the chart back to the size you want. You can do it, but you have to be able to see the icon in order to do it. And this is a toggle on and off. Okay, so if you click on it again, because I don't want the wave on my daily, weekly, monthly, I just care about the intraday. I click on it again, it's just a toggle on and off. Again, for me, it's not about seeing a buy and a sell flag. It's about if, let's say I looked at USAR. Okay, let's say I looked at USAR right now. See how it's starting to curl up? But what if it started to move down again and the waveform, and the other thing, very important. The color of the wave really depends on the time frame you're using too. I mean, I'm using a 2 and a 5 minute here. Notice they're still orange, but my guess is if I go to a 1 minute chart, we could start to see blue. See? So it depends. You can start to see blue. Had I been in USAR and I was following this, and as on my 2 minute chart as it was curling up, I would go to a lower time frame and just see. I could almost predict that this was going to be blue. That would tell me, you know what, you maybe, depending where you got into the trade, of course, you might want to start taking some off. Okay, maybe not everything. Okay, maybe not everything, but this is getting now. I would probably, I'd be very, depending on where you got into the trade. I mean, if you're in up here, you might be able to hang on to a piece. But if you got in here, you're more than likely, maybe you're going to take everything off. There's no video on this in terms of, how you're going to actually use it. Though I will say this, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then click on dock channel bar. And if you click on the Ripster Rippers channel, okay, the Ripster Rippers channel, if you click on it, this is what the trade wave is based on. And somewhere a video would have popped up. Okay, and this video, it's about a 5 minute video. Yeah, five minutes and 39 seconds. This will cover the theory behind the trade wave. Okay, and if you can't see the video, but you hear it somewhere, but if you can't see it, it could be behind the channel. It could be on another monitor somewhere. Okay, it's a matter of finding it, and that gives an explanation about the concept behind trade wave. Well, I can only speak for myself on that. Yeah, it's all good for me. I cannot speak for the entire group. Yeah, Dean, I'm talking to Dean now on our YouTube. I just find it a very nice visual aid. Okay, obviously, you didn't have the wave, you can see what's happening, but I just find it a nice visual aid. And so when you look at the video, I mean, these are all about. In fact, I think if I go right here, you can kind of see what it's all about. It's really the cloud too. Okay, it's the fast EMA and the slow EMA, a fast EMA at 5 period and a slow EMA at 12 period, and it's crosses. Okay, and that's what it's about. Now you can totally customize the wave. Maybe you don't like these numbers. I've left it for these are the defaults. I'm not going to. I've never changed it. Oops, did I delete? No, I didn't. But I mean, if some of you who are sort of familiar with what the wave is trying to do, so so I mean, so now you see, you could literally say to yourself, well, maybe this is now going to, for the USAR as an example, you do see a little buy flag there on the 2 minute. Again, for me, it's not about seeing the buy or the sell flag. If I wanted to take this trade, and I had clicked on the alert and I see the buy flag, maybe it's okay, it's a little confirmation, but I don't have to see the buy flag. But if I were going to take, if I decided, okay, now it's starting to curl up and I want to take the trade, the next step, of course, is that the VWAP up here could act as resistance on the way up, but that, to me, that's far enough away. So, I mean, that's a way in which you can, follow, just two or three or four stocks all day long, just seeing how the wave formation is. And in order to do that, you could take thumbnail, you could take some of our charts and thumbnail them, thumbnail, make a small chart. And so you see and put the wave on them. And then maybe you can maybe pick three or four stocks and just follow those all day long, just following the wave formation. Okay, William, did your MET-C work? I guess it worked for a while. I guess it worked a little bit, right? I didn't get that close to the VWAP, but at least it worked for a while. So, for me, I mean, well, you're long this, right? So okay, what price is the 5.8 for METC for you, William? What price is that? Obviously, I don't have the 23.72, 23.72. Didn't it get there? I mean, I see 23.86. So, to me, but well, for you, I mean, a little bit above it. You got a little bit above that, 23.88. Okay, you're looking for 24. Well, you almost got there. I mean, you got within 14 cents or so. Now it's interesting to me because this is the other ones. Some of the other ones we saw were still positive for the day, and but this is not positive at all for the day. So is this? So okay, I don't want to short against you. So are you still in this? Because what I'm looking at here, and I'm wondering how strong this little pop up is. Okay, so I won't short then. I want to see how strong that pop up is. Yes, yeah, you can create a race from your symbol list. It's super simple. So do you have a symbol list, W. Harrison, that you created? Okay, so here's a race. So you basically create your race. Well, first of all, remember all races start from a top list window, right? All races start from a top list window. So I'm going to open the top list window that this race is based on. So you create your top list window, how you want to monitor it, and then you right click and configure. symbol lists. So if you've done symbol lists before, you know you have to make sure your symbol list is in this column, the one you want has to be in this column or over here. So if you've created the symbol list, make sure you left click on it. And so it appears now in this column. And then you just, this is the drop down menu, and you just click on only the following list and then check it. And then it'll only look at that list and create a list and create the race from that symbol list. Okay. So 160. So when he says a volume issue, he's probably talking audio. Whew. Okay, guys. Boy, I saw the MRAM also earlier today. I didn't. Oh, you're out the M. Okay, let's take a look at what it is doing. Metsy is doing. Okay, so it's just kind of basing a little bit here. That was blue, and now it's just basing a little bit here. Now, how close to the whole number? It's not bad. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Dean, I agree. And what I'm going to do, I'll go over the. I'll go. This is the race that I am sharing on my homepage. Okay, this is a race that's sort of interesting. Basically, it has to be the stock had to. Well, it had big moves yesterday. Okay, so that'll be Friday, and I think it had to be up. It had to close at least up 6%. So what it's kind of looking for are continuation plays. The stock had to be up closed at least 6% the following day, up at least 6% the following day, and then it also has to be up at least 2% today. So you can look at this and they could be continuation plays. That's what this race is looking at. There's a way to I can't remember how to do it. There's a way to get rid of the closed captions. 160. Can somebody help me? Somebody help me. I just can't remember how to do it. It's probably in the general settings, maybe. Looks like, yeah, I think it's in the general settings because, and I have it disabled, or I haven't disabled. Maybe I disabled it. No, yeah, I, well, no, I think that's kind of, so I've been there. It's enabled. So when I don't check it, I think it's in the general settings. Okay. No, we haven't had a speck of snow in Vancouver this year. Not a speck, Obi. Yeah, you guys. Thank you, Pepe. I guess hopefully the worst is over for all you guys with that winter storm. But well, worst is over in terms of the actual storm itself. But now you're digging out. This is in Burnaby. Well, Burnaby may have had some snow because it's a little higher, but where I am, not a speck. Okay, guys, I want to go over this race just to show you what the concept of racing is all about. Okay, this is the large cap gainers, biggest gainers from the start of the race, large cap. So as I said before, well, first of all, what you're seeing here, I'm running a 4 minute race. Okay, understand now. Before we do that, I want to direct people to the guide because everything I'm saying, I don't expect people to completely remember everything. So this is your reference. So if you click on my homepage link and you scroll down a little bit here, go down to that education section, and at the top here is the user guide. Now you don't have to learn everything about that's in this user guide. It's like any other software program. There's a lot of stuff in here. Like most software programs, you don't have to know everything in order to use the program. But what I want to show you is this. Oops, TI stock racing. So everything I'm talking about is in this section in the guide called TI stock racing. How you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. Okay, so everything I'm going to say, remember, you have a reference. So for instance, I'm running a 4 minute race. You want to run a 3 minute race, a 5 minute race, a 1 minute race, you can basically set the time of the race. Now, what does it mean? I'm running a 4 minute race. So what does that mean up here, 0.65%? That means that since the race started, this stock, Court, has moved the most. It has moved 0.65%. Now, remember what I was saying? I have another race that I'm sharing on my homepage. It's a way more volatile race. You'll see some big percentage movers. So, I mean, you can have that race, but with big percentage movers up, they can drop significantly also. This is a little more, well, not a little more, this is way less volatile, but I just want to demonstrate the concept of racing. So what happens is when a race is over, there's a winner. Notice what's happened here. There is a top 10 list built of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So you can see that number beside SNDX, 2. That means that Sandex has won 2 races today. In this race, you're generally not going to see, too many stocks winning races over and over. That's the same stock winning races over and over the course of the day. In that other race, though, you can see a stock that could win 10, 20, races over the course of the day. So we're almost done, 26 seconds left. Well, if Court holds on, you won't see it here in this list because it's not going to take out the last one that won, but you will see it up here in terms of the last winner. But that's the idea. Now, what I would do is I wouldn't wait necessarily for the stock to, number one, win a race before you click on it. If you see it at the top, just click on it. See what's happening. Maybe it's setting up the way you want it. If you had seen a little here, you might have taken this long and following the wave up. Or another stock. You see a stock in this list. Click on it just to see what's happening. You don't have to wait for a race, number one, or a stock to be at the top, or wait till a stock wins a race. You see anything that's in this list, I would click on it just to see what's happening. Maybe it's turning into something you might want to trade. Now, the question should be, why are these stocks showing up? So all races start from a top list window. So if I right click in this race and open the top list. Now notice there's not a lot of stocks in here. If the other race that's on my homepage would be full. This doesn't mean that these are the only stocks all day long. It's dynamically changing because this list of stocks here, remember, this is me. You don't have to, do the same thing, but if I check on configure or click on configure, so I'm looking for stocks between $10 and $70. The volume has to be at least 200,000 shares, up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Now, these 3 filters are what prevents a lot of stocks from showing up. Because, remember, in a top list window or the filters, everything has to be satisfied, $10 and $70 and 200,000 shares and up 2%, etc. Market cap has to be at least $500 million. The float has to be at least 50 million. And this prevents a lot of stocks because this filter here, the position in the day's range, If I put 100 here, that would mean the stock was right at the high of the day. So if I put 95, it means the stock is pretty close to the high of the day. It could be right at the high, but it can't be too much below it. That's what I like to see. It doesn't have to be what you like to see. That's why, there's not as many stocks in this list. But you can see it is dynamically changes because, all day long, maybe a stock drops out because it doesn't meet the filter requirements, but maybe a stock comes in because it meets the filter requirements. So it's not that this is the only, see how it just expanded. It's not like, well, what you see, that's it all day. No. And was asked before, if you want, you can create your own race based on your symbol list, your watch list that you want to follow. So you could have your stocks that you want to follow. Some of you out there, you may have 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow all day long. That's it. You have your basket of stocks, or maybe it's a new set of stocks every day based on what's happening in the market. That's up to you. So yes, you can definitely create a race based on your symbol list. And again, all you'd have to do is take your top list window and go to the symbol list and just make sure the symbol list that you created is over in this column, and just go only the following list, and then boom, that's it. It'll only look at that. Okay. And so this is what this one is looking for. See, not a huge list. See, the stock had to be up at least 6% to close. Had to close at least 6% from the day before. Has to be up at least 2% today. So what it's looking for are kind of continuation plays. And then this is my price range. Okay, and the minimum share, minimum 200,000 shares. So of course you can, if you don't like that price range or you don't like anything else about this, I mean, you create your own top list window with your own set of parameters. All right, guys, 11:07. So at noon, I will take my break. I have to do a video and a few things. So I do, if you're new to all this, between 12 and 1 Eastern time, I take a break. And one of the other traders at Trade Ideas takes over for me in our YouTube room. And they take over the stream that's already going. Today is Monday, so it should be Chris. I'll check. I have checked. I sent him a message. So I'm pretty sure there'll be Chris Farley today in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I take my break. Now, if you're wondering about this window here, the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, really what it is just a different way to present our data. Okay, basically it takes two competing strategies with the filters the same. In other words, the same price range, the same minimum volume, things like that. They're all the same, and it takes. You know what? Why don't I just show you? So I'm going to right click on it, configure, and then click on the configure. So the green data that you would see, this is all real time. Okay, so if you see red, that means the stock just made a new low of the day. So in this particular one, and it does work in the pre-market, trade new high of the day. Okay, so that's the trigger right now, and so all these filter requirements have to be met. So stocks between 50 cents and $30, etc. Okay, and the stock has to be up at least 2% from the previous close and a new high. So what it does is, in the red data, it would basically flip what could be flipped. Obviously, you can flip new high to new low, and you can flip up at least 2% to down at least 2%. Everything else cannot be flipped. So look what happens when I cancel and how I configure on the red data. In the summary, see how it's flipped to new low and down at least 2%. Everything else is basically the same. Okay? And so it takes, so look at it this way. It's just, you could have the two individual alert windows running side by side. It's just a different way of presenting our data. So we're taking two competing scans, one going up, one going down. And then the old style ticker. Do I do a trade? You're talking about no, all I do now is just a very quick look at one symbol. I've been told to do it for why I race through it. I've been told to make sure it's less than a minute. But if you're talking about a trade recap, no, I haven't done that for years. And you know why? The reason being is that people have such low attention. I used to like it. I used to go over a few trades in the market, and it used to take sometime between 5 and 10 minutes. But I guess I was told, you know what? Attention span of most people, they're not going to sit through it. So stop doing it. Yeah. So the question from our YouTube room by Dean, why do I have altruism? I call that more information. Okay. It's not. I mean, it's an alert window. Yes. Okay. And no, it's not because I don't want to see them, but it's just that the stocks that get halted many times during the day, obviously they're super active. Okay. It's more information because do you know why a stock gets halted? I mean, a stock gets halted and it says because of volatility. Okay. And very, it's in a very simple way of explaining it. A stock moves up too much in a short period of time. I mean, there are other aspects of why it gets halted, but in a very simple definition, because normally what you'll see is, especially if a stock gets halted on the way up, you see it like a big bar, and in a 2-minute chart or 1-minute chart, and the stock gets halted, and it's an automatic halt. It's not somebody sitting there saying, well, I think I better halt this stock. And it's halted and that's why it's called volatility. And typically they are halted for 5 minutes. Notice, the BNAI got halted at 10:37 plus 23 seconds, and it opened basically 5 minutes later. Typically they're all 5-minute halts. Sometimes if it's not a 5-minute halt, it'll be a multiple of 5. In other words, 10, 15. But I would say that, I don't know, 95, even more % of the stocks that get halted because of volatility are 5-minute halts. So how I can use this is if a stock gets halted right off in the first halt of the day. Look, BNAI has been halted many times. Well, you can see right there 7 times. Okay. But at the beginning of the day, or if a stock is halted for the first time, sometimes how I can play it is, let's just say this was the first halt of the day for BNAI, and it was at 32.47. And it's unusual to see a fairly expensive stock being halted, because it has to move a certain percent usually. And, for a stock to move big enough percent when it's that expensive, it's pretty significant. But let's take a cheaper one. So here's the GRAN, okay, the GRAN. So it got halted at what, 298. If not very much volume, but if this opened, it was halted at 298. Let's say when it opened at I don't know, 301, and then it came down through the 298, and then it popped up through the halt price again. Sometimes I'll take that trade. Okay, that's how. Or if it opened and a little bit below the 298 and then it popped through the halt price, sometimes I'll take the trade. That's how I use it. But no way am I suggesting that's what other people do. But it's more for information. It's not that I, don't want to see these stocks. I mean, a stock that gets halted, 7, 8, 10 times during the day. Obviously, maybe sometimes you just find a way to, follow it, and maybe it sets up. So it doesn't mean that when a stock comes out of the halt that I chase it. No, never. And this can be, as you can see, this is very, very active. I mean, a lot of times what happens is they're right off the open. That's when a stock, zips up or zips down. And that's why you see a lot of halts resumes right on the open. There are no volatility halts in the pre-market. Now, sometimes these halts are because of news. Not often, you won't get too many, but you can sometimes see a stock is halted because of news, in which case we don't know when it's going to open. But you don't have to. You don't certainly don't have to follow this at all. So here's the HYMC as an example. Okay, so this could be really interesting because look what it's doing. I mean, it's still at 9%. It's still a very strong stock. Yes, it had a big pullback, but right now, if you're a VWAP type player, you can see on my chart that purple line there is the VWAP. So it's coming into the VWAP. Look what it did. It got into the VWAP on that previous 5 minute. It's sort of right there on the current 5 minute. You can take a look depending on the time frame you're looking at. It's the VWAP is the VWAP is the VWAP. So the idea right now is the VWAP going to act as resistance? Is it going to stop it from moving higher? We don't know, obviously, 100%. But that, some of you who are VWAP players, and remember the reversal can be true. Stock moving into the VWAP, see how well will the VWAP act as support, and it bounces back up. Notice here, I mean, it tore through. Well, not it. It broke down through the VWAP and then came back up through the VWAP. So you're still kind of in no man's land here. But right here could have been an idea to take the short, because it looked like okay, and you take the short and then you put your stop a little bit above the VWAP, so you have sort of a reasonably definable stop of where you're going to get out of the trade. If you had taken this right here and you say, okay, well, I'm going to put my stop just over the VWAP, because if it breaks up over the VWAP, I don't want to be in it anymore. Maybe it's going to continue. So the same thing right here. I mean, if you thought, you know what, I think it's going to really move down. Well, okay, so you take the short here at 55, whatever, 20. The VWAP's around 55.50. You put your stop around there, a little bit above, and then you play it that way. And what I would do, and I would take a look. Right now, you see it's starting to curl down a little bit here, but it's still blue. Go to a 1 minute chart and see if there's a little more confirmation that the trend is maybe changing. Not yet. It's you see how it's flattening out. I mean, this is I mean, if you have no trading experience whatsoever, I mean, I'm sure a lot of this is very mysterious to you, but that's why if you have no trading experience whatsoever, that's why we have that those 15 videos on my homepage, all free. The Trade Ideas fabulous program, fabulous. Seriously, I mean, I've had this program since 2010. Before I became somebody who was sort of hired as a consultant, and to do this. So 5 years, I had it for 5 years before I was doing this. I've been doing this since 2015, sharing my screen and being on the mic. But before then, I was just a subscriber like anybody else. So it's a fabulous program, but if you have no trading experience at all, the whole idea of trading is, you click on something and it, the chart is trying to tell you a story. And if you're looking at this and going, well, I don't know, and not everything is tradable. Just because I see a symbol here doesn't mean it's tradable. All that means is that these are meeting the filter requirements. Okay, that's why I'm seeing these symbols. Look at move now. Wow, this was not shortable for me. Boy, at one point this was what, $22. The volume issue was on your end. Okay. Yeah, sometimes it's so difficult. We get people coming in and they can't see my screen, or they don't have audio, and where it's, 99% of the people it's fine, and it's just something within your system. And it's really hard to figure it out. And that's why we basically try to tell people just do refresh, or maybe even have to change browsers sometimes. Okay, how is silver doing right now? SLV, is it still, last time I looked, it was 9% or so? Wow, 10%. Wow. Okay, guys, so the SPY's at a potentially a little critical level, intraday. I mean, there's the VWAP, that purple line. Okay, so will that act as support, or will it power through that? I mean, it's been a little bit choppy over the last hour or so, but will that VWAP act as support? Okay, so in the guide, I just want to again draw your attention to the guide, Efizi. I'm going to show you, but I want to make sure others, this is how you can create your own race, okay, with all your own set of parameters. So when you click on my homepage link and go to the education section right here, click on the more info, and then, sorry, up here at the guide, and right here, so TI stock racing. So I'm going to, this is all in here. I will show you, how to adjust the time. But remember, the stock race is customizable by you. So, but I will show you. So what I want to duplicate this because I don't want to overwrite it. So I'm going to duplicate this. Okay. So let's say you've loaded one of my races, this race or some other race. So if you want you make the adjustments because maybe you don't like certain things about it. So like especially like the time. Okay, I'm running a 4-minute race. So click on the square. That stops the race. Okay, you click on the square. It stops the race, and then you right click on the body here and show race setup. Okay, you see right up here, 4 minutes. I've got. So you can adjust the time. Now, if you're going to ask me why I picked four, I really don't know, but that's what I picked. Okay. But here's how you can, adjust your race time. How, and most people, now the other thing you can do, I have this auto start. See, I have auto start at time 9:30. So my race does not start until 9:30 Eastern time. You don't have to do that. If you click auto start on load, what that means is that when you load trade ideas, whenever, if you load it in the pre-market or whenever you load it, it'll start the race. Okay, so you can run the race in the pre-market if you want. Okay, so that answers your question. And then, of course, your race parameters in terms of price ranges and minimum volume and all that, that's set up in the top list window. But this is how you can kind of control what's got in what. And the other thing too, if you load my race from my homepage, then people say, well, how come I'm not seeing the same stocks as you are? Your race starts when you load it. So right now, let's just say you went to my homepage and you loaded, this is the race that I got here that I'm sharing. The race will start now, like at 11:25 a.m. Eastern time. The reason I'm seeing 10 symbols here is because I started the race at 9:30 Eastern time. So it develops this top 10 list for you automatically. So people say, well, how come I'm not seeing this list? Well, because you're starting your race now. And the same with the halts resumes. I mean, if you loaded the halts resumes now, you're not going to see all the original ones. You're going to see the last one. That's it. Well, this is pretty ugly. And there were shorts available too. HCHL. Happy City. Not so happy right now. Let me just see if I can. I don't know where they're out of. Interesting. We don't have a country here. And remember, guys, anything you do, if you added the trade wave to a chart, if you made any modifications to anything, don't forget to save your work. Okay, at the very very least, you should do more than this, but at the very least, you click on File from the toolbar, and then click on Exit. It's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? And so if you say yes, then all like everything you've done will be saved. Okay. I would also, though, I think it's great practice. If you create a race, right click on it and save or share to cloud. Okay. Save or share to cloud. Save your race to the cloud. Save. You don't have to go to save and share, but save it to the cloud. Individual scans that you may create, save them to the cloud because you never know. For instance, this race right here. I may say to myself, you know what? I don't like this race anymore. So I exit out. I just say, okay, get rid of it. But who knows? Maybe 2 months from now, I say, I wonder how this race is working now. So as long as I've saved it to the cloud, I just file, load from cloud, and I find it. Okay, I find it in my cloud. All right. The other thing to do is to save your layout to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud. And you see where it says entire layout? You probably give it a name. Give it a name and whatever name you want, and then save it. So now your layout's in the cloud also. And why it's important to save things to the cloud. And I think most people understand how a cloud works. Is you can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. So I have trade ideas. This is my desktop computer. but I have a couple of laptops. I have a tablet. Well, the tablet I don't care about anymore, but say if I went out and bought a new desktop computer, okay, I just have to load my program, Trade Ideas, and then I just file load from the cloud. So obviously, I'm not having to recreate everything from scratch. Most people understand how any cloud works. Now you can only have Trade Ideas. You can only have Trade Ideas up and running one device at a time. So I'm on my desktop computer here, but if I open Trade Ideas on my laptop, I cannot have it open on my laptop. I'd have to stop, and then I could have it open on my laptop. And please listen carefully. The other thing is you cannot have, some of you are in the market, are in the, not the web-based version, but you know where the money machine is and all of that. You cannot have them. You can if you have the if you have this open, you cannot have the other one open. You can have it open, but it'll be a delay of 15 minutes. In other words, you cannot have them live both at the same time. So HCHL, where are they out of? So we don't have a country flag here, and it looks like it was a fairly recent IPO or a symbol name change. I want to say China or non-US, but I may be wrong. What time zone are you in? It might be your times. Remember, you can only market hours are, yeah, Eastern time market hours are 9:30 to 4 o'clock. But what is your time zone, Ruslan? That because you can certainly. I mean, I don't use the. I don't. I'll just show you. I mean, you can definitely backtest strategy. So here's your start time. I mean, you can definitely. But what is your what time zone are you in? I guess what I'm trying to say is 10:30 is like is your time zone at 10:30? Is that like 9:30 Eastern time? I mean, I don't know, which would be a little strange, but you can certainly. I mean, if you know, for instance, I am in Vancouver. Okay, I am in Vancouver, but what I do just to make things super simple for me, I put my computer time to East Coast. Okay, everything here is East Coast time, just because it's a lot easier when we talk time frames. Somebody's saying, "Well, I." So when I talk a time frame, I'm not saying, "Well, this is Pacific time, and this is Central time, and this is Mountain time." So my computer is so that's why it says 9:30. If I didn't, it would say 6:30. Okay, that would mean if I didn't adjust my computer to Eastern time zone, then that would say 6:30. You know, if I had it on Pacific time. So can you hear me? You cannot backtest in the pre-market. You cannot backtest before 9:30 Eastern time. That is for sure. So can you hear me, Ruslan? So, guys, yeah, this is, by the way, talk about a continuation play. I mean, this is longer term, but look at the B. Wow. I mean, look at BNAI. This was an AI alert this week or that week. That was the week of December 29th. Okay. I back this out a little bit. Why is that buy flag not there? Give me a moment. Well, well, that little buy flag on the weekly chart for BNAI, that was an AI alert. Now, are they all going to be like this? Of course not. But my goodness, I mean, so the alert was at 225, 225. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks ago. The alert was at 225. Now, are they all going to be like this long term? Of course not. But wow, 225 to $54. This is obviously today it hit that and it's pulled back. But mm, thank you, William. I should have posted that. I'm just saying, a quick heads up. Obviously, if you ask me a question, I'm assuming you can hear me. I shouldn't. I guess I should not assume that people can hear. That's why sometimes I'll say, "Can you see what I'm doing?" and "Can you hear me?" I don't know why it's not showing up here though. There should be a little flag, a little buy flag on the daily chart to show you exactly the day. No, there's no trial. No, there's no trial to test the software. And the best you can do is take out a monthly subscription, get 15% off. And so it costs you about $88, I guess. And if you liked it, then you continue. If you don't, so that's the question in our YouTube room. Is there any trial? Well, guys, time is it now? It is now 11:37. So yeah, I will be taking a little. Well, I'll take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. So in about a little over 20 minutes from now, and Chris Varley will take over for me in our YouTube room. Doesn't look like Ruslan can hear or read what you posted, William. Okay, how's this GLSI doing? You know what? This is really, to me, could be interesting. So the next high looking left, it's 30. So it's got some room. Okay. It has a little bit of room. It's got room to about the 30 level. I'm not saying it's going to get there. So, 29 to 30, obviously, if it got close to 30, that'd be excellent. Now, the issue is awful spread 29.05, 29.32, terrible spread. Makes it a little challenging to try to commit yourself when you see a spread like that. So I'm just gonna have to bypass it. The price is, well, I mean, it's a fairly low float, 6.8 million in the float, but that is just not a good spread at all. Otherwise, I might have been tempted to take it, fitting a lot of my criteria, just over the whole number, has some room to move, and it would be an okay risk reward, even though I put a stop around 29. If I taken that, so 18. So remember now, the way I take any trade, I have to have a reasonable expectation of making at least 1 for 2 risk reward. So if I were going to take this trade and say put a stop, I'll try to make the math relatively simple. I'm going to take this trade at 29.18 and I put a stop at 29, so my stop is 18 cents away. So would I have a reasonable expectation of making double that? In other words, 36 cents. Well, if I added, what was it, 29, get into the 50s, yeah, because the next high is 29, not on the daily chart. The next high is far enough away. Hopefully that makes sense. In other words, if I looked left on the next high, now this is moving down now, but again, imagine this was something I wanted to trade, and I was taking it at 29.18, and I looked left on the daily chart, and the next high was at, say, 29.30, 12 cents away. I wouldn't take the trade. I'm not going to risk 18 cents to try to make maybe 12 cents. I will risk 18 cents to try to make a minimum of 36 cents. Now, just because that's what I want to happen, doesn't mean it's going to move 36 cents for me, of course. And I 1 for 2 risk reward doesn't mean it's going to happen. I'm just trying to put the odds in my favor, though, that at least I don't have to worry about, near-term chart resistance stopping the trade from moving up. And that's all about money management, guys. You got to have a stop. Right? Not all trades are going to work, of course. So you've got to have a stop. Where you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. GME is on the move here, guys. GME is on the move. Is this popping? Yeah, GME is popping here. GME is popping. The original meme trade. Now that on the weekly chart, it's coming. You can see right there. I think I put a price alert in that area. 24.54. 24.54 is that high looking left. So that's Michael Burry, really? Well, he's certainly, traders circulate Michael Burry, post bullish piece on the stock on his Substack. Well, yeah, I mean, he's certainly a well-known commodity out there, Michael Burry. And if you're wondering where I'm getting my news, this is from Interactive Brokers, okay? Interactive Brokers. Nothing to do with trade ideas. Yeah, see, our news is okay. I think if you're looking in the past, okay, like I use this to see, okay, what happened previous days, because this one, I mean, in theory, I could kind of scroll a little bit, but Barry with a Y, Dan does not think that much about news, so I think the best thing is to find another, something else. I mean, I think if you have Interactive Brokers, I think this is fine, for a so-called free news service within your broker's platform. Anybody with Interactive Brokers, this is darn good, I think. Who's your broker, Barry with a Y? Look what it did. You got right into the into the 200-day moving average also. I couldn't tell you, Barry, what is a stock like free. You're talking free, right? I mean, obviously there are like William pays for a service. Um, yeah, I don't know how cheap, your idea of cheap might not be the same as somebody else's. I mean, if you're talking free, you're never going to get instant news. I mean, even IB does not have what we call instant, but that's pretty darn good. That's the Trader Circulate. That's not bad, actually. $99 a quarter. So I'll do some quick math. About $25 a month. That's not bad, actually. I mean, Menzinga, what do they charge? About 150 a month? Well, I do see that Move was, it's too bad because there's two excellent alerts from our AI, but the problem for me anyway, Move was not shortable for me, and neither was SLGB, not shortable for me. So while they're very good, if you had shares available, yeah. Just out of curiosity, those of you will say E Trade or some other, I'm not talking Centerpoint, but were there shares available, say, at Fidelity or E Trade for Move or SLGB? Just out of curiosity. All right. So Fidelity had 12,000 shares. Okay. Wow. That's so interesting. Um, E Trade. Always use Fidelity and E Trade. Did E Trade have shorts available? For the other one, SGBL. SGBL. Yeah. I mean, this is the big red. Okay. Whereas Move, you get this is from Interactive Brokers. This tells me immediately how many if shorts are readily available. So obviously, if it says they'll be available if they can be located, well, I don't care about that as a intraday trader. I'm not going to wait around to see if they can find them. But the SLGB, don't get too many like this. They just flat out say, you know what, not available at all. Right? We're not even going to try to find them. See, the same thing with me on the PNAI. I mean, I'd be looking at this and thinking, man, especially at the beginning of the day. I mean, this was just, a $20 move, but no shorts available. Interactive Brokers, and look, a lot of times it's excellent that they're not available because these low floats situations that has 3.6 million in the float. Sure, after the fact, it looks so obvious. Should have shorted it way up here had I had shorts available. It looks obvious, but how many times have we said, especially a stock moving during the day? Okay, do you short here? Do you short here? Do you short here? Again, after the fact, it looks really obvious. So USGO, this is a gold miner. Not a lot of volume, 8 times normal, but or 9 times normal, but not a lot of volume. That is my current home of Vancouver. It's up in Whistler. Interesting. And here's silver, PSLV. So two ways to play these. I mean, silver. This is up 11%, and I'm sure silver is going to be at the other one. SLV is going to be up the same. Yep. So a little cheaper. PSLV a little bit cheaper, but you get the same percentage move. And of course, an all-time high. See, I'm clicking on these ones that are just over the whole number. Okay, that's why I'm sort of the ones that are just over the whole number, and because I love those ones. Wow, this is not an all-time high. Nexa out of Luxembourg, obviously for tax reasons. Could be interesting. 1404, 1407 bid ask. I have to back this up. I don't know where the next high is on the monthly chart. To go back how many years? Boy, we got to go back a long time, guys. I mean, the next high. We have to go back to 2018. Do we really care what happened back then? That is 1433. So I mean, it's not a lifetime high, but you've got to go back 8 years, or maybe not quite 8 years, to see the next high. And this is the production of zinc in Latin America, located in Peru and Brazil, and headquartered in Luxembourg. Obviously for tax purposes. Interesting. The benefits of being a long-term customer. So William is going to try to get you his rate, maybe. Okay, guys, GME just took out. Wow, look what it's at the 200-day moving average, I believe, 2411, 2411. So it's just a little bit above the 200-day moving average. Okay, a little bit above it. Again, this is now circulating. We'll call this a rumor. Well, okay, it's not so much. It's not a rumor. Then it's not really a rumor. He must have posted this on his Substack. Okay. So it's not a rumor that sometimes you see something that, traders circulate a rumor that so and so is pumping a stock somewhere. But I mean, if it's on his Substack, then it has. Hopefully, I mean, that's not. It's not a rumor. It's there. I mean, you could probably verify it if they wanted to. Go to this guy's Michael Burry's Substack just to verify that. But I mean, I'm going to take it for what it is. Though, I mean, this could be fake. This could be fake. Okay, it's not circulating a rumor. So it is actually circulating that he did do this in his Substack. Okay, so it's not so much a rumor anymore. All right, guys, it's 11:55, so I will take a break in about 5 minutes. Chris Farley will take over for me in our YouTube room. So before I do that, I'll put the YouTube link into the main room. Okay, so you can head over and listen to Chris. He'll be there between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room as I take my break. And one other thing to do. All right, so now I'm just waiting for Chris to show up. Yeah, too bad. I mean, I'm seeing this GLSI. I mean, I loved it except for the spread. Now the spread is not as bad as it was, 30.43. The last time I looked, it was about a 30-cent spread. But what happens is, yeah, the spread isn't like not terrible right here. You could always, with interactive brokers, usually you can ask them to get somewhere in between. But all of a sudden, they could just yank that bid and make it right back down to 29. So I don't know. I just don't have the confidence in doing something like that. There's the Met C meandering its way down. Just give me one moment, please. All right, Met C on the way down. Met C on the way down. Now, next level, right down here, $21.23. So it still has about $1 to go before it hits the next high. Again, I'm not suggesting it's going to hit that next low. Sorry, I'm not suggesting it's going to get down there, but it still has $1. Now, William, I don't know if you're looking maybe to play a bounce again. All right, guys, it's 11:59 plus 32 seconds. So I'm just waiting for Chris to make his appearance in our YouTube room, and I'll take my break. And there I heard a little pop. Okay, Chris, just give me one moment. All right, guys. So Chris Varley is now in our YouTube room. He'll be there between 12 and 1. And so I'm going to mute myself in the main room. We'll see you guys at about 1 o'clock. And now I can welcome Mr. Christopher Varley to our YouTube room as you shoveled all day, all night in the New York area.
Yeah, it was a good one here.
I guess, it's so interesting because, as you know, I live in Vancouver. We have not, and everybody, it must snow like crazy every place in Canada. And we haven't had a speck of snow this year. Not a speck, not even
up in the mountains?
Well, in the mountains, of course.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I
I'm
figured
talking
at least
about
there, you guys must have
Vancouver City.
snow up there.
Yeah. But yeah, it's just no snow whatsoever. So, but in the mountains, of course, Whistler and even in the North Shore, etc. But yeah, but in the city itself, nothing.
I'll be honest, I'm fine with that.
Yeah. But it's pretty though. It's pretty until it gets mucky, isn't it? I mean, it's really pretty. The snow is falling and it's so pristine. But yeah,
it's always the aftermath.
It's the aftermath. Okay, well, listen, my friend, I'll take my break now, and I will. And I'll see you in about an hour. Okay.
Alrighty, we'll be here. Thanks, Barry.
Thanks.
All right, everybody. Happy Monday to you all. We got January 26, 2026. Hard to believe we are approaching the end of the first month already. Kind of wild. They go fast. As per usual, it's open forum. I don't do any pre-done content, so it's always best, and I rely on you folks to drive the content of this live stream with your questions that you have on the software. So do not be shy. I cannot answer the questions that are not asked. In the event you're all giving me the silent treatment, do my best to keep this engaging and informative and relevant to the platform of trade ideas and the market overall. Hey, Stephen, how are you? Yeah, well, I lived upstate New York. Well, curious what your definition of upstate New York is, and not to get too down a outside topic rabbit hole, but I'm very defensive about what people consider upstate New York versus Western New York. Anything west of Albany is Western New York, and anything Albany and above is upstate New York, as far as I'm concerned. But I grew up in the Adirondacks. But yes, Puerto Rico sounds ideal, at least as far as the non-hurricane weather. So again, anybody with questions on the software, don't be shy. Get those questions in for me. Yeah, Binghamton, yep. Border of Pennsylvania there. So one thing I wanted to bring up, I've been getting tons of questions lately on coming into our support, whether it's the chat or the emails, on the long-term holly, and just want to show BNAI. Got an alert on this last week. Oh, let's see, where was it? Bear with me while I put the AI trades on this. Where was BNAI last week? I think it was last week. Oh, history, money. Why can't I find this? Most certain it was here. I want to just point it out, as holly's the long-term holly, for those that are looking for some of the more volatile long-term stuff, is a good way to track these. Now, obviously, it's a little nutty right now, but it's in an area that's certainly seeing a lot of growth. And so who knows, as this settles down, over the next couple of days or week, whatever it is, maybe it finds itself a spot here to consolidate, can make a move like that. On the flip side of it, right? If it can't hold, could also be a great short, right? So you never know where the idea generation is going to really come from. But something I just wanted to point out here was brought to my attention earlier today. I thought I would share it. And again, folks, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please don't be shy. There it is. Why was that not showing in the other one? Oh, okay. This is going all the way back to 29th. So anyways, that's why it wasn't last week. It was a little longer than I realized. But my point being is certainly plenty of ideas that Holly puts out that have a catalyst that remain in the long term. So there's that. Nobody chiming in. You're all giving me the silent treatment. Everybody's got Monday blues, I guess. All right, let's set that back to real time. There's a few all right alerts from Holly today. This short here, SLGB, not a bad short call. It's reversed to some extent now, but still in the money at the moment. This was a great short here as well. MOVE. And a little more volatile for my liking, but still, nevertheless, there are plenty of people that do trade this kind of move. It was fast and furious, but not too shabby. It poked just over $3 here on ABOS. So, worth taking a gander and a peek while nobody's chiming in with anything else for me to do at the moment. Just real quick on the market. Going into last week, it looked like we might just leave behind this box that we've been in for so long, kind of like this box that's been going on here since back in October, and run up, whoopsie down, run up, didn't quite come to the bottom, run up, and just poked out of it. And we're poking back out of it again today. So we'll see if it can't get another run. But obviously last week, I got that smidget of a pullback. Of course, you had all the doom and gloom sayers out there that have predicted 0 of the last 400 bear markets that they've called for, calling for yet another one. But, I will note we've started to make those step ups again from these, this 2 pullback days way back here through last year. The chart has this look like it wants it. We'll see if the buyers and the players can step in to do it. That's the next step. But the setup is certainly there for us to make that next leg up and make an assault on a 700 mark on the SPY. We shall see. We shall see. All right. What else is doing today? Now, anybody that's been holding silver for any amount of time at this point, before obviously the move that was just made, they're feeling good about that decision right now. Silver trust here, up over $100. I mean, this thing is just a runaway freight train, absolute runaway freight train. Gold also really just chugging along again now. Incredible move, small pullback, tested up above that, and then really just breaking out again. So, if you bought that in 2024, you were feeling really good right now. Feeling really good about that right now. I generally stay away from the macroeconomic side of things because that's just the way I feel about it. It's not that they're not relevant, but macroeconomics aren't something that I'm overly well versed in. I know just enough to probably get myself in trouble. And B, macroeconomics, most of the time the market and macroeconomics are not lining up, to be honest. People believe that, big government debts and all these other things that go on all the time. How can the market be doing what it's doing? And, the market just does what it does. It doesn't, care about a lot of other things besides the perceived growth, essentially. But I will say this from a macroeconomic standpoint, and I say this as someone who does not care for precious metals, doesn't see, in a modern world, I just don't get it. Doesn't mean that there isn't money to be made there, because, I'll trade anything that I can make money on in the market. But, one thing that does concern me about is, we've already had inflation running hot. If you look at real inflation, not, these nonsense CPI numbers and things like that. We've had real inflation running real hot for the last, 6 years. And, it took a long time with those running hot numbers before precious metals did anything. And so part of me thought maybe that, that old guard is gone and that's done. But clearly it isn't. And you have to wonder, with these moves in gold and then silver to follow, well after gold started making such a crazy move a couple of years ago, got to wonder what lies ahead for as far as that goes. So out of our control, but certainly a passing thought that I've had a time or two over the last several months. So that be that. All right, I don't know. Well, let's talk about a few of some of the movers that we've seen today from my relative strength from the open scan. So MBAI, quite the move here, 133, almost 134%. And what's funny is it had, a slight gap up and didn't do a whole lot. I mean, it's an okay move, all things considered, a below $2 stock, and the volume came flying into this thing. Huge move up, pull back, another huge move up. It's not without a lot of volatility, topping and bottoming shadows, but that is a really substantial and significant move for that stock there, without any question. Small float too, 4.38 million in that float, so a real small float. SLGB, we already talked about that once, getting to the short side of it actually with Holly. Held this $2 downside, but couldn't get back and stay above after getting it back, the VWAP. See if it can't do it, take a run at it again. If not, I will say the stock seems to like to give it up. Looks a little bit part of its modus operandi. Nevertheless, a lot of action in that, and that is a really, 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 really small float. 1 million in that float. That is wildly small. Again, anybody with questions, don't be shy. Please get those questions in for me. I'd much rather answer your questions than kind of just randomly drone on about whatever. However, I will do the droning on if no questions are coming in. ABOS, we talked about that with Holly as well. That was to the long side. And, won a number of races with this move here in the first 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 minutes of the market open. Has since gone on to collapse fairly epically. Rejected hard off that 3 level. So I don't think that's going to be making a comeback anytime soon, but you never know. There it is. DTCX. A little more orderly than some of what we've seen here. Still got some bottoming, topping shadows, but a nice move in that first 5, 10, 15, 20, 30, 45, 50 some odd minutes, 60 minutes of the market. Got squirrely with that pullback and a hammer candle, right back to it. And kind of running sideways after that last pullback that it made. But heck of a move. It's a newer issue, but trying to round bottom on that a little bit, looks like. Another not so large float, not quite nearly as small as what we were seeing with these others, but 24 million in that float. Data processing, host related services. So it's in an area, it's in a sector that those that are in the right winners long term, they will be heavily rewarded. Like it, hate it, sometimes you like it, sometimes you hate it, I guess, depending. But AI, whatever you want to call it at this point, I'm a little bit hesitant to call it AI, but AI is here to stay. Obviously, there will be there's going to be all kinds of crazy companies that IPO and list it in their profiles and news and things like that to get that buzz and get their stock prices appreciated. There'll be the crashing out and the merging and bankruptcies and all those, but when some of those ashes start to clear from the flames, gonna emerge some big winners. Clearly, Google has been a big beneficiary of it already. NVIDIA, so on and so forth, but there'll be some lesser known names that appear at some point as some gems, and it'll be one of those, oh man, if I only knew back then. But the knowing is idea generation, tracking, doing your homework, charting, fundamentals, whatever it is that's important to you, a combination thereof. HUYA, more information services, but this out of China. So this one is beat up over the last 5 years. But I had this gap up and trying to hold this level here. That's not without some really tough volatility here where it looks like it's ready to move up, doesn't. Ready to move up, doesn't. Ready to move up, doesn't. Ready to move up, really doesn't. today. Is today the day where it's ready to take that next leg up? I don't know, but there it is nevertheless. And again, folks, please, I know I sound like a broken record, but if you have questions, get those in for me. So anyways, that's HUYA. MOVE was on the move earlier today and on Friday. And we'll say, again, what's the idea on this? Do we like it to maybe try to consolidate and hold that gap up to move up? Or do we like it to break down as a great short back towards the 10 range, right? Both are very valid ideas right now. Which way it ends up playing out, who knows? But this could be the kind of stock you want to keep on your radar. There's MOVE, PTRN. I'm not sure what or who they are. Looks like a newer issue as well here. A lot of newer issues coming out today. So checked it off that 20, maybe trying to round the bases and back up. Checked it off that 15, but heck of a move, 11%, good for $1.63 so far. Has a very, very orderly open, consolidate, and a nice grind higher again after that consolidate. So there's a very clean chart overall, actually. Those are those ones when you get that set up and you're riding it, you feel real good. It's like, you've ever played golf and you hit that perfect drive or perfect putt, or if you played baseball or softball and you got that perfect pitch, perfect spin on your curveball, those kinds of feelings where when you let go, you make the connection, you're like, yeah, that was right. Same kind of feeling on trading here with when you get those clean setups. CHRS oncology here. And clearly not a lot of believers in this stock over the last 5 years, down 88%. Let's see if, maybe that was bottom. Get itself rolling on that side. Nevertheless, not a small float, not a large float, but not a small float as well. 116 million in that float. Quite largely shorted, to be honest. $2.25 though. One of those ones you might want to be careful with, I mean, this thing hasn't gone anywhere in so long at this point. I just want to, take a daily big look at it versus the 5-year look as well. But nevertheless, there it is with the 7 relative volume and 5.5 million shares traded on the day. So mention it. And last but not least, BGL from the list here. So, I mean, another god-awful looking long-term chart. This is only 7 months, but I mean, not really doing much or going anywhere. Again, though, 8 relative volume, 2.5 million shares traded on the day. Small float here. Got any kind of a look on what they are? No, just word salad nonsense. And Cayman Islands even makes it even worse. But, you can get a part of that pump and that move. All the power to you. I will say this thing is ugly on the smaller time frames with these huge bottoming and topping shadows going back to Friday. So while, yes, it's made some large moves, it is not without its difficulties and volatility. All right, so, well, that's what we got going on at this point. What I can share and comment for that leg of our journey. Take a pause here for a second, see if I can't entice any of you to fire in a question. I'll sip a little tea while I hopefully see a question or two pop into the chat panel. So, all right, no questions, still no questions. There's two other things maybe I can point out right now is my 30-day highs versus 30-day lows. 30-day lows are getting smoked right now. And the SPY continues to move up on the day here. Also, my new highs with stocks above the 50-day moving average versus stocks below the 50-day moving average. This doesn't usually tilt one way or the other, like crazy amounts, but this is one of the more I've seen it to the green side. Usually this is, it likes to live in between the 60-40 for both sides. On down day, the red is moving to 60. On a green day, the green is moving to 60. But this is just maintained up in this high level since the open. So, a lot of bullish tea leaves for the market right now, but does it translate? I guess time will tell, right? Time will tell. So, all right. I don't know. What do we do now? I've been doing a lot of back testing lately. Let's do some back testing, I guess. Well, no one is coming with anything else. So let's see. I think I was messing around with linear regression last week. Is this the one I was messing with? Must have been. Back test running a little slow right now. Let's reset my connection and see if we can't jostle it forward. It hits that 80s and starts to slow down a bit. Well, I mean, you could create a top list for that and then just load it into the money machine. I mean, this scan here caught MBAI a whole bunch during the day, caught lots of other things too, but it caught it early and often. And it's that's top winner at this point with the 24 top finishes. So, I can share that scan with you if you want to refine it in any way. Yeah, I mean, we won't have something that specific, prolonged liquidity compression, regime met with sudden orderly flow balances. We don't have anything like that scanning wise. But, you could take this scan here. I'll share it with you. If you wanted to add some kind of fundamental stuff to it, you could absolutely do that. And then you just load it into the money machine like you would any other scan. Nope, that's a bad link. Sorry, hold on. Something came out bad with that link. Don't use that link. Use this link. There we go. Oh no, that link did go through, right? I thought there was an extra, I thought I fat fingered an extra digit on it, but I didn't. Okay, so we're messing around with this linear regression last week on the back test, and actually it had itself quite a nice Friday, but still too many trades over the course of those days. I'd like to cut that down to like a maximum of 200. Wonder what we could do. Do I have a risk management on this? Yeah, we're using a 2.5 on that. And still got that massive bad down day back in November. Curious what the heck did that in November. November the 20th. It wasn't just any one stock. It was quite a few stocks, actually. CCJ was the big culprit. Take a look. J. Nope, not C. C. J. There we go. See if I can't find that day. Isolate what went on. There's the 20th. So yeah, it's a tough one. How do you isolate something out that's not really like some big gap up, or it didn't go wildly shooting? In fact, it gapped down, reversed. I'm lying. It gapped up and reversed. Well, I don't know that was necessarily a huge gap up. Now let's take a look. What happens if we get rid of that? What happens if we look at the gap filter? Take a look at the old Gaparoo. Gap in percent. Yeah. And that's tough because you hate to lose some of these big winners. There's a lot of losers though. Let's just for fun. Let's set the min value there. And let's set the max value here. Let's just see what that does to the scan. Not exactly a massive improvement, and it only dropped 55 trades. In fact, I'd argue that didn't really help the scan when you look at the average winner to loser spread here. Actually shrunk that. So short, did it up the win percent a little bit? Yeah. Profit factor touch? Yes, because of this. But we lost out here, and going 0.3% there wasn't really worth it. Not in my opinion. Any scan that would detect inverted hammer with large wick on a daily chart? I mean, I don't personally have anything like that. Are you looking for it to have happened yesterday or today on that large wick? I mean, we could attempt something. Get rid of that for now. You come back and play with that in a few. Any day that could be picked from history or today. I don't know. Let's take a look here. Let's create an alert window for this so we can run back some history. So I'm saying an inverted hammer. So, I mean, you're kind of looking for like a morning star, yes? I think that's a morning star. Let me see. Because we don't have, I think we have some intraday ones. I guess a morning star is a combination with that candle, with that hammer, essentially. Dark cloud car. I guess we don't have it here. I thought we did. So I think you're looking for topping tail. All right. So one thing I can point you to is this. You know, it won't show for today. It'll show stocks from the past. So here's, you know, topping tail as a symbols list that we generate ourselves. And let's go with selected alerts, and we're going to give it, let's go with basic stuff right now. Let's see what we can catch. New highs and new lows. Let's give it some volume metrics here. Let's go with 1 million shares. And let's see what we got going on here. I don't know about a big that's definitely got no topping tail. What the heck is that? Let's go back to previous trading day. Let's see what it's got for us. It has so many more alerts than I would have ever imagined it having. So it does have a bit of topping tail there, topping shadow, I should say. Remember, by CMT definitions, shadows, not wicks, just in case you're ever going to go for your CMT designation. So, yeah, I mean, this is finding you stuff that's got some all right topping shadows on it. Using that symbols list. Wonder if we might be able to do a little better than this or not. Let's mess around with something here. Alert window. Let's go position. Previous day's range. Oops, did not add that. Add filter. Let's put a floor on it. Put a max of 30 on it. $5 on the bottom. Again, let's go with 1 million shares traded. Trying to think if there's anything else we want to add to this right now. I'm going to add new highs and new lows. Just see what this gives us for now. So triple M. Got a bit of a topping shadow forming there. Need some more selling off though, for sure. Well, actually, that's a lie. More selling off will just make it a larger candle, actually. Not a larger topping shadow. So configure. Is there a way to... I think I have a way to get that shadow larger, to be honest. Yeah, no way to get that shadow larger. It's from the history for today. Not enough. mess with this here. Bit of a topping shadow there. Let's actually do this. Sorry, kind of just thinking. We want shadows. We don't want to have gapped up. We unlikely want it to have gapped up. Got some shadow there. I think we just covered this one. Not a ton, but some. The trouble is this, because, to get those shadows, it has to have traded up, but not have opened way up. KTOS. So on 120, yeah. That's the trouble, is it's hard to say. We don't have a way to really say the stock was, this amount, it traded up this high, essentially. I'm trying to think of a way to work around this. Getting rid of the body is the tough. It's easy to find stocks that have collapsed in some way. It's, getting rid of the body to get this, topping shadow here. That's the tough part. Yeah, but the gap up doesn't guarantee you a shadow, right? Because here, there's someone that we came across, one of these. Maybe it was this one. Nope. That is the trick. All right, so the things I'd point you towards for now is that the daily one, I don't think on today it's not going to work great as for that symbol list here. But this topping tail, for past days, it seems to be a lot better. So if you run back history, you can find things like that. Look at this gravestone doji. Let's take a look at that. Okay, apparently we won't be taking a look at that. Not have that on my bingo card. Producing absolutely nothing. I just hit configure search. Search, change from open. It changed from the open. Still giving us the body, not really a topping. Yeah, that's the trick on this one. Saying that, a stock, whatever the open was, the stock was up 2 or 3%, for example, from the open, and then gave it up. Wherever the open is, doesn't matter if the open's up here, flat. Just can't think if we have a way to really do that. I can't come up with it right now out of my brain. Yeah. Now we get to the fundamental filters there, so that won't be it. Trying to think if there's a way to do this with a custom formula, but customs are very much not my specialty. Let me think here. I'm going to spend the next couple of minutes messing around with this here as a challenge to my abilities here. So let's see. Change. So let's do something like expected open. T's high. So let's see, T high. That won't change the fact if there's a body or not, though. Like just finding stocks that ran up for days. That's not going to, that's not going to change that if there's a body involved in it or not for today. If I was more custom savvy, I think I could come up with something for this, but I just don't have that custom brain. Although with what I just created, I am finding some ones now that are okay. Well, that didn't do anything that I wanted to at all. And that as well did not work. Yeah, still not going to do it for us. This is all right. Both the last two things I messed with were okay. All right, a little closer on the right track here like this. So are you familiar with custom filters? Please say yes. Yeah, I could share this. It's okay. You are familiar with custom. All right. So first you're going to need this. This is the distance from today's high right now. So you're going to put that into your custom filter section. And what I did in this, I put it as a 3% minimum, meaning it's got to be at least 3% off the high of the day. Right, that's the first thing I did. I also did this. And so this is saying today's high is greater than, actually, we shouldn't do it as equal to. Let's do it like this. Today's high is greater than the expected open. I'm not going to go into all the details of expected open versus open. Just know that the expected open is not always, quote, the open. Has to do with the long convoluted situation before the market's open and an auction that actually goes on amongst the market makers on setting the open price. And it's long-winded and complicated. So if you're using the expected open data point, just know that what the chart says isn't always actually what the open was versus the expected open. That's just the way life works in the market. So you'll want those two custom filters. And then, you can, once you have those two custom filters, you can plug them into here. But your custom filters are not going to be like mine. All right. See how these are designated U30 and U34? Yours will not be designated U30 and U34. So you got to look for what your custom filters are once you install those in here in the search and sub them in for the ones that I have. So I'll give you this as the template. Topping shadows daily. It's a top list, and you could always convert it as well into an alert window if you so desire. All right, so there's that cloud link. And like I said, you got to plug those customs in and then make the swap that it's your customs in there, not my customs in there, because it will not translate over to you like that. But yeah, this is even some okay ones. Not still got some body in there, but less body now. I hear Barry. Uh-oh. Banging on the pipes.
No. No, I wanted to try to, well, I can't do it because, well, I know what I do. I just sort of put my keyboard. There we go. Now I'm thumping away like Chris. You're my guru for thumping on a keyboard.
Yeah, I should buy a clackless one day.
No. Listen, with people who buy now record players and the old record play. I mean, everything is going back. Not everything, but lots of things are going back, Chris.
Yeah.
You stick with your clacking little keyboard, okay?
I mean, this keyboard is so old at this point that the letters are worn. The paint from the letters are worn off.
Oh no!
Keys. I don't need the letters there because I know what they are. But it is kind of funny.
Yeah.
I thought I'd see a keyboard with such worn letters before.
Are you a touch typist? I mean, are you that good?
Yeah, I don't really need to look at the keyboard for
Oh,
anything.
wow. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still,
I mean, if I have to hit the F keys, I
yeah,
got to take a glance. But when it comes to like any of the number keys, or if I'm using any of the special characters on the number keys, I know where
right.
they all are basically.
Oh, cool.
So,
I'm still, I'm a fast hunting pecker, but excuse the language, but yeah, no, that's it's funny because you remember well, when I grew up with men, of course, why would men ever want to learn how to type? That it's
yeah,
so sexist when you
yeah.
think about it. But my oh my, I wish I had paid a little more attention. Anyway,
Yeah, well, we had a
um,
third grade class on typing when I was in elementary school, and that was it for me. I've been able to type ever since. I mean, I
oh,
obviously it
excellent!
took me
Wow.
years to get to the level that I am now, but
Okay.
however many weeks it was, I never forgot
Hmm.
about that, and I just continued to, gain in skill over the years. So
Well, good for you.
third grade.
So tomorrow, is it you again, or do you know?
No, it'll either be Steve or Andy. The next 2 weeks should be one or the other of each of them,
Oh,
and
I
then
see.
back to
Okay,
me on the
cool.
third week, barring
Okay,
any
Chris. Well,
unforeseen things.
thanks for also popping in, letting them know I might be a little late today. That
Of
was
course, of
very nice
course.
of you. And have fun in the snow.
Will do. And you have fun in the non-snow.
Okay, thank you. Will
Oh,
do.
I gotta stop the stream. Sorry. All right,
Okay.
stop now. All yours, Barry.
All right, thank you.
All right, take care, everybody. Bye bye.
Oops. Give me a moment, guys. All right, guys, I am back in both rooms. Just a couple more things I have to do. So I did take a little trade. It's turned out to be a scalp trade. It was the PTRN. When I was on my break, wow, while I was on my break though, my goodness, Doctor A. I mean, it's pulled back a lot now, but Doctor MA, wow, what an alert from the AI at 12:05. That's when I was on my break. I didn't even actually see it though. But boy, oh boy, what a run from 257 on the entry all the way up to whatever that is, 466. Yeah, the BNAI. And by the way, this is why I couldn't see the buy flag. It's really crazy to me that the company wants everybody to use these HTML charts, but you cannot see the old buy flags on a daily chart. Well, in any chart, if you're using the browser interface charts. But anyway, there's the buy flag, okay, in on that day for BNAI, crazy. And it looks like, yeah, I mean, I almost thought about taking it right here, a little pullback and then the move. I mean, you still have room. I mean, 43.57 is the VWAP, so you still have a ton of room to the VWAP if that in fact is going to stop it. And GME, well, you see what's happened. You've got three right at 25, I believe, 25.01. So three attempts, 1, 2, 3 on the 5-minute chart anyway. Okay, to get through 25 for GME. And if it does get through that, the next high on the weekly chart is 25.81. So a little bit of room still on a weekly chart for GME if it wants to take out 25. So, William, I read your comment about HCHL, sort of the same as the how did that one do? The gentleman was convinced that some kind of a dividend play was going to happen for OCG. I'm not sure if it was supposed to be today or doesn't look like it, but Well, look at the user. I mean, this one, I know we saw this one on the bounce way back here, and again, one of those ones that had a lot of room to the VWAP. Now, what is it going to do? The VWAP is at around 29, call it 29.50. Will that stall it? And there are a lot of shares available for me to short. So, but it is strong. It's at a nice recovery. Got down to $29 or so. That all? No, no, no. I'm sorry. I got down to 26. I got down to 26.28. And that was the low of the day right around here. And then since then, okay, thank you, William. I know you commented on that on Friday. Well, too bad. That GLSI just had the bad spread for me. Otherwise, I'm almost for sure would have taken it over that 28 mark. Was it 28 or 29? I can't remember now. But the spread was so bad. Spread is not great now again, but it did move off the 29. All right, guys. I haven't seen this one today, I don't think. 1L. Sorry, ONL. ONL. Haven't seen this one today. Interesting. 231. Uh, good, pretty good. I mean, relative volume is excellent. 7.39 or 7.6 now. 700,000 shares. Not tremendous a number of shares, but good relative volume. Some volume coming in to ONL for some reason. And this was earlier. Price target of $3. Announced by Jones Trading. All right, guys, 108. So one last look at my homepage. Okay, here is the homepage, my homepage. Well, if it's heading back to 20, that was up in the 40s, wasn't it? CRVS, Matt M. All right, so my homepage. You click on it, and this is what you're going to see. So, Barry 15, there is a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. First month only. And it doesn't matter what subscription, either standard or premium. All I ask, please use my code, whatever it is. Changes from time to time, obviously, when we have promos. But if you use my code, it helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room. For those of you on YouTube, if you don't know, there is another room called the Trading Room. A lot more interaction amongst traders, okay? There's no time delay. YouTube imposes about a 7 or 8 second time delay. You can also, in this room, if you had a link that you wanted me to look at, you can post it. You can't do any postings in YouTube. You want to stay in YouTube, that's fine. But if you're looking for a little more robust action, come into the trading room. It's free. It's also open at 6:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're interested in conversing with other traders in the pre-market, you come into this room. I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock, both rooms. And thank you, Obi, again for opening this room at 6:45. A little too early for me. It'd be 3:45 in Vancouver, Canada. So thank you, Obi. Now, when I leave, and I'll be leaving, probably sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Always say later if there are questions. But William is going to keep this room open until 3:45, he said today. Okay, so this room is always open a lot longer than YouTube because when I leave, I have to shut YouTube down. Now, if you take out a subscription, first thing, before I do that, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can scroll down. You've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down till you get this section, and you can sign up for the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It may be there. Education. Well, you know the drill, guys. If you do sign up for a Trade Ideas subscription, mandatory you do this first, getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. Don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you might want to try. And always try us for a month. If you don't like it, just tell us. It's just month to month. So you can always unsubscribe. Back to basics. New to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos. There are 15 of them. And if you're looking for some of the information that I'm sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down that middle section, my scans. They're not really all scans, but semantics. So this is this race right here, the large cap gainers. This is another race. I can give it to you if you want. It's not on my homepage. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. That's where I actually found the PTRN. And the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Halts resumes is over here. And just give me a moment. Okay, so that is what that's what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down. I have some other scans that I'm sharing. You can ask me questions about them. I don't have them all up and running. Just give me one moment, guys. Just give me one moment. No, it's the right place to ask the question. Connecting to paper account. I know there were some issues last week. I'm hoping they have rectified themselves, but let me take a look at it. Okay, this is from Ray Miller in our YouTube room. Yeah, this is always the right place. You can ask questions. Okay, this is not just a trading room. You can ask questions all day long. I just got to bring up Brokerage Plus. Where are you? Okay, so connecting. You're talking about the simulator. Okay, so I am connected to the simulator. And so let me see if I click on a symbol, HCHL. There it is right there. Attempted. Well, then that's got to be another issue. So this is not helping, obviously. So you're not what I'm not sure. So when you say it sticks at attempted, you attempted to load Brokerage Plus, like the brokerage, like what you're seeing here? You can't load it. Is that what you mean? And you have a green ball. Make sure you're connected. I mean, I'm just going to go through a few things, but you are connected, obviously. Shouldn't say obviously, but you are connected. You have a green ball in your toolbar. Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure it's green. No, I understand. So okay, when it says, are you at least able to load the Brokerage Plus platform like this? So when you click on new and Brokerage Plus, will at least Brokerage Plus will come up for you when you click on new and then Brokerage. Okay, so you're able to do that. Okay, so now when you go to brokers and you go to trade ideas paper trading and you click on connect, is that the issue? It doesn't want to connect? That's the issue. And you're getting an now why would that happen? Hmm. I don't know if reporting might be what is reporting? This is something new. I'm not familiar. Maybe that's reporting the error. Um, Interesting. So when you so you see the connect there though. You see the connect there, but the minute you just click on connect, it's not connecting. Let me because I know there was an issue last week. I'm on a development version, okay? So that's why sometimes what I'm able to do is not what you're able to do. And I'm wondering if it's the version you're on, but let me ask Chris usually knows these things, okay? Um, okay, it fails. Okay. Just give me a moment. So what build are you on? If you just I just asked Chris. Yeah, I just asked Chris and he says it's working for him now. I know there was a problem last week, but if you click on help and about, what version of Trade Ideas are you on? It shouldn't matter, but and don't look at this. I'm on a development version, but what version of Trade Ideas are you on? Now, if all else fails, Chris just said, send an email to info@trade-ideas.com. There's only so much I can do. Okay. But, attempted to connect to Trade Ideas paper trading is a normal message. Okay, but what does that mean, Pepe? I like, if I do a disconnect here and I do this connect, I don't seem to get that message. So where are you seeing that message? It's a normal message? Oh yeah, attempted to connect. Interesting. I've never seen that. Well, maybe so okay, well, so Pepe says that's so really you are connected then, I guess. Because as long as you can click, if you click on a symbol, in other words, it's not a failure. Okay. So when you click on a symbol, Ray, does the symbol not show up in the order entry box? I click on the HL. You see how HL is showing up. Is it not? Is it showing up in the order entry? Because if it is, then it's working. Okay, so it is actually working. But what again, just, humor me. If you click on a symbol, click on any symbol anywhere, okay? If you click on a symbol, is it loading into the order entry? I asked him if it was green, he said it was green, and he seems to be getting data in other but, just really the question is, we know it's working if you click on a symbol and it's showing up in the order entry box. I mean, that then you know it's working. So it's not showing up in the order entry. Both are set to blue. I don't know what that means. Both are set to blue. Oh, I see, I see. Okay, you're talking about, I understand now. Okay. The symbol linking to link to all. I see, okay. And symbol link, that is working if you have, some time frames, some other time frames, so when you're clicking on, say, a symbol, it is changing to that symbol and all the different time frames you're using? Or maybe you only have one chart, but it's okay. So the symbol linking is definitely working, okay. Well, I don't know, maybe you're gonna have to go to info@trade-ideas.com. If the symbol linking is, set and this has nothing I mean, this is just automatic, there's actually nothing for you to do really in terms of establishing linking in here. So when you Chris is gonna take a look, okay, if you send in the message, say that you understand that this message you're getting, that's not, saying that, well, you're not connected. It's like, that's so, vague. I'm attempting to connect. Why wouldn't you just say connected to? Anyway, but you're 100% sure that when you click on a symbol, it's not showing up in the order entry. Can't think of any, reason why. And as you say, you've got their symbol linking, link to all. So that covers everything. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah. Can you manually put something in here? Just like go into the order entry like I'm doing, maybe, and I'm going to type in Microsoft. Can you manually put something in? Oh, you just had it show up. Okay, perfect. Maybe it was just some kind of a delay. I mean, it shouldn't be a big delay. Okay, but it works now, so we're good. We good? Okay. Okay. But it seems to be okay now. So it's kind of weird that it wasn't working, but now it's working. Okay. Not letting you purchase. Okay. Just give me a moment, Daniel. Let's see if I can answer your question. I'm not a big, um, I'm not a big odds maker user, but let me, so when you click on quantities and, let's pick 500, so you can fill that in, or you can type whatever number you win. $5,000 worth or 5,000 shares. So 5K, you're saying 5,000 shares? All right, so if I buy now, You understand that you won't like, it depends on the size of the, how much you're trying, like the price of the security, right? You have $100,000 limit though in the simulator. Okay. You have $100,000 limit in the simulator. So you see, for instance, I tried to buy 5,000 shares of HL. It wouldn't let me. Well, I don't know if it takes into account margin in here. Pepe may know, but you can just see I was not allowed to buy. Oh, wait a minute. I that was 50,000 shares, but let me do 5,000. Okay, so let me see if I can buy five. Maybe it does work on the. Okay, but four times aren't. It just may not do that. So 3,000 shares would be less than $100,000. Oh, it did do it. It did actually do it eventually. So maybe the margin does work. See the margin. Okay, no explanation really. I mean, there's your exposure. So you're right, four times, so $400,000. But you see, it did take a while. It did take a while. The first time I typed in 5,000, it didn't do it for a while. Maybe it's I don't know. I can't. I've never tried. To be honest, I've never tried the shares. It's always been a dollar amount. Yeah. So what Pepe is saying, you can go in here and create a new add a new simulated trading account, and maybe you have no max. Maybe there is no max. Give it a name. Maybe there is no max, but it shouldn't. That shouldn't matter because look, I mean, it's obviously telling me that I have 4 to 1 or 1 to 4 margin. Okay. So in theory, with $100,000 account, in theory, you should have a $400,000. But as Pepe says, maybe create a new account, put $1 million in it, dollars in it, if you're allowed to. Otherwise, you can go to Chris. Chris knows this a lot better than I do. Okay, I don't use the simulator. Well, I really don't use this anymore. But again, it would appear to me you can get the margin on the 100,000 just based on what I see here. Why it's not happening to you, I don't know. Yeah, but you should be able to use our simulator. It's a little more. I'm seeing trade as a menu. Oh, you're talking about again things I don't do. No, no, no. Trade IDs is not a brokerage. Not at all. You still have to have a broker. It just links with a broker. That's all. If you're talking about this, um, Are you sure it was I don't see it in the alert window. I see it in a top list window trade. I don't see it in a, I don't see it here though, in a top list window. I see it in an alert window. You mean here? Yeah, this is an alert window though. Okay, it's an alert window, not a top list window. You were saying, you said at a menu item in a top list menu pop-up. This is an alert window. Yeah, I mean, you can trade, you can assign a, I don't do it, but you can assign to the buy and sell buttons right there. You're gonna have, but you have to create your own strategy, etc., in order to do it. Okay. Let me try to answer your question in a minute, W. Harrison, because somebody asked me a question about. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to answer, but so Daniel, are you still around? Is there a way to get a strategy parameter entries for the linear regression strategy for the odds maker? Well, for the linear regression strategy. So this is what we have for linear regression. So when you say the linear regression strategy, I mean, these are real-time alerts. Okay, I've never used these, but these are the real-time alerts. So I'm not sure what you mean exactly. If you're talking about other than this being the trigger, what values you should do, no, we don't have, not that I'm aware of. In other words, you have to create your own, like your own price range, your own minimum volume, probably. Maybe you want to have a minimum relative volume, things like that. Is that what you mean? Like, is there a canned linear regression strategy? Don't think so. Is that what you mean? Okay, is that what you mean though? Like, I don't have a linear, I don't use, but this is a real-time alert using linear regression on the different time frames. But if I went here, these are some of the, I don't think there's anything in linear regression here. These are some of the canned strategies from way, 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 way back. So I don't see that there's any canned strategy that uses the linear regression. Okay, if that's your question. So Daniel, did that? Well, I know it didn't really answer your. Well, it answers your question the way I could only answer it, saying there I don't have. There's no that I'm aware of. There is no linear regression strategy that uses the linear regression real time alerts. Not that I've never used it. I've never tried. Okay, thank you, Pepe. There is not one. So you have to create your own. Now, I mean, creating your own means, you probably have a price range you like to trade, maybe a minimum volume, maybe a minimum relative volume, and so add some filters and create your own, and then add the trigger as whatever time frame you want for the linear, and then run the back tester on it and see what happens. Okay. I don't know if Daniel is still here. I'm talking to Daniel in our YouTube room. Okay, so W. Harrison, well, my first thought is to get rid of. If you have so many filter views open, you're probably cooking like mad and getting nothing done. You might have to just pick and choose. You might have to just start to pare it down. Even though I've got 3 big monitors, I mean, so I, in theory, could have like 20 or 30 alerts and top list windows open, but you don't want to do that. Even if you have all the screen space in the world, you want to start paring them down, and recognizing that, okay, you might miss something that's moving because you don't have it as a okay, because you don't have it as some kind of a top list or an alert window. But you just don't want to overwhelm yourself. I probably wouldn't have more than 2 alert windows and maybe 1 top list, and that's it. I know it's hard. Believe me, I went through it at the beginning because, you don't want to miss anything, any sort of a setup that maybe you've read about, or even if you've taken it from me, from my homepage. But believe me, you could just get overwhelmed and get nothing done. Way too many. So that's any tips on screen real estate management? Yeah, get rid of 15 of them. Pick your top 4. So again, getting back to your question about is there a oh, there it is. Okay, it did show up here. Okay, you're right. It is in the well, it's funny. Why did it did just show up and then it disappeared. Trade, yeah, right there. It did show up. Okay, but what it means is you assign a buy strategy to this buy button here and a short strategy to the sell button. It's an advanced thing, okay? I'll tell you that right now. I'm not saying don't do it, but because it means that you have to have see, the reason I would never do this is because I would never be able to figure out where I'm going to put a stop. Where am I going to does it make sense risk reward wise? Okay, because it's sort of a standard. It's based on this. Well, in Brokers Plus, it's based on a very set, fixed type strategy, and it's just not the way I would do things. But I mean, it is available, but so for instance. So here they are, okay? And so you edit the trading strategy and this is your entry time, your order details, and it has to so each time you did this, it would follow this, okay? And I just honestly don't see the big personally, I don't see the big need in it. Yeah, and you can see, I mean, you've got to go through all this. I mean, you have to customize it so that and then you got to be very comfortable that when you click that buy button, this is not. So you can actually, okay, yeah, I guess you can go into the chart and edit it. I'm just saying, I mean, if you're new to trading, I mean, I just don't see a big I'd rather use this. I'd rather use our simulator and sort of do stuff manually to begin with anyway. Oh, now I know why. You have to enable the strategies. Okay, so you had to go in here and enable the strategies. Okay, right click now. Now the strategies are enabled. Meanwhile, somebody's talking about silver moving down. Well, chart windows are that's a different animal, right? I mean, if you're talking about the chart windows, I mean, I've got 5 and that's just me, I like a 2 and a 5 and then these higher time frames. Not everybody will do that, but that's not overload. For me anyway, that's just not overload. Overload would be if I had, 5 races running at the same time, 3 alert windows at the same time, a couple of topless windows at the same time. You'd be just going crazy looking at all the different symbols that are coming through. I almost have, because I do have a couple of things on my other monitor, I could probably get rid of a couple of them also. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:45. So getting possibly close to my leaving, sometime between 2 and 2:30, unless there are questions. Boy. Well, I guess we had a bounce for HCHL. HCHL. And it just got halted again. So it got halted on the way up. HCHL got halted on the way up. So crawled off the bottom, guys. It crawled off the bottom. The low today was about 142. I bet you Poe or somebody took this one on a bounce. Well, you can see GME. Oh, maybe it wasn't Poe. Okay. That's sort of a typical Poe type trade, but maybe somebody else scavenged at the low, near the low for HCHL. So you can see this is how I trade, guys. I was waiting to see if GME could take out 25, but I didn't predict it would. I put a price alert up in that area, and I did not predict it would, thinking, you know what, it's 24.85 now. It's going to take it out, so I'll take the trade right now. And that's not how I trade. So saves myself. I mean, even if I taken it here, I would have had a stop loss, but I just really set price alerts, and if it doesn't hit my price alert, I just move on. So the Dr. MA, man, I wish it were sitting up in this area over the VWAP. This is one of those types that, later on in the day, and we're already kind of later on in the day after the big excitement, kind of rest a bit, and maybe, but you can see if you look at we'll look at a 2 or a 5 minute chart. See how the volume is just completely dwindling. The volume is still decent. I mean, 61,000 shares, but in relation to the previous volume bars, it's next to nothing. So the interest has, obviously not as enthusiastic as when this was happening. But I wish it were over the VWAP. 375 is the VWAP because sometimes we see these little ones with the crazy low floats. They gain some traction later on in the afternoon. But it would be, we would have to take out the VWAP and then just really get going. But the volume's got to come in too. Right now, the volume is not coming in. Yeah, so Ray, definitely send something to, because you shouldn't have to. I'm sorry, I'm just seeing your comments now again. You should not have to use the Interactor Broker Simulator. Okay, you just shouldn't have to. The simulator, works. It works pretty well. I mean, I've never had an issue with it not loading and not being able to take trades and all that. Okay, so you're having a problem, SKM, in the simulator? I mean, I see your message in. Okay, well, okay, I'm going to bring it up again. So you're not talking about something just very basic where you connect, shows up, symbol shows up, pick how many shares you want, or in the gentleman's case, it was, well, how many shares, or how many how much money. So 5 or 500. Actually, it was shares. So buy and send. Hmm. Definitely was. It seems to be taking a lot longer. Market rejected. Okay, rejected it for some reason. It rejected it. I don't know why. Try another one. I don't know if it's just because of this. Oh, okay. There's always a reason. It's halted. Okay, it's halted. That's why it's rejected. It cannot take the trade because it's halted. So let me do another one. You know what? Maybe get out of the alert that one and just because it could be halted again. Hmm. Says it was filled. So what you're saying is that you go to the orders. Am I doing something wrong, Pepe? I mean, it says it's filled, and I'm not seeing it. And I guess I've got the right account going. Well, I don't know. Man, this is since they started the money machine. I don't know. Okay, I'm obviously doing something wrong because I should be able to see it here in my positions. Well, maybe I'll do the same thing. It used to work really, on this. That's not good. Well, here they all are now. Yeah, so I guess I had to, when in doubt, reload it. I used to get this message when I would resize it. Okay, well, at least it's working now. I mean, so I had to reload it. Eh, I had to reload. But if you have to reload, yeah, well, I don't know, SK. Sorry, but you've sent it to Chris, and not a lot I can do, as you know. You know what? I'll be honest. It's probably why, even if I had an inkling to use Brokerage Plus, I probably wouldn't ever have done it. Just because, of course, I'm so used to using the order entry. No, I know you're not looking for an answer from me, but I was. Ah. All right, you guys were talking about silver. Well, yeah, a little bit of a pull up, but rejected at the VWAP so far. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, it is now 2:01. So I'm just looking at GME to see if there's any chance. Well, there's always a chance, of course, but doesn't look like it tried to pop up. Doesn't look like maybe tomorrow, though. Maybe if it takes out 25 tomorrow. Now, even if it took out 25 tomorrow, that is a weekly high, 25.77. That would be, if it could take that weekly high out and then really start to move into that weekly high. All right, guys, are there any questions right now? Back to normal time for me tomorrow. I know I was a little late today. Back to normal time tomorrow. So the main room will be open at 6:45 a.m. I open YouTube at about 8:30. Get on the mic at 9 for both. Okay, so before I do leave, I will put the YouTube link, or sorry, the main room link into YouTube. Give me a moment. Okay, guys, sorry. So for those of you in YouTube right now, and if you want to head over to the main room, as I call it, okay, so you click on my homepage link, okay, and scroll down just a little bit until you see the trading room, okay? This room will be open actually till 3:45. I'm going to be leaving now, but the room is open till 3:45 Eastern time. So almost another hour and 45 minutes. So if you want to come over to this room, those of you on YouTube, here's the link to get in. Okay, guys, so we will see you tomorrow back to normal hours for me tomorrow. I'll be on the mic, well, certainly no later than 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a great evening and we'll see you tomorrow. I'm going to mute myself now. The layout, I will maintain my layout until 3:45. So you'll still see my layout until 3:45. And I do have to end the stream in YouTube now.